Greetings, travelers! Welcome to the Bible Study Devotional BMX Flatland Learning Stream, where you get to peer in and watch me fail over and over and over and over and over again until we finally learn something. And it sounds weird, man. It really does. These streams probably seem boring to most people, I'm gonna be honest. Here's the other thing, right? As I grew up racing and then riding skate parks and street spots and stuff. I don't do the racing anymore, but I still go to skate park and stuff and some street spots. But if you would have told me when I was younger that I was gonna be having this much fun riding in a 15 by 15 square foot area, dude, I literally think I would have thought that they were crazy for saying that to me. But it's so crazy. It's so interesting that there's literally so many things you can learn in such a tight, narrow area. It is flat out, it honestly just trips me out now that there's so much that can be done in the most minimalist areas, right? And I think that's what honestly just trips me out about flatland is there's just it's at the point where there's just so many combos, bro. It is, and I don't know about you guys, but if you guys can't tell already, I like combos. I like finding combos not only in the Word of God, but also in other things. I just like things that have combos for some reason, right? There's this sense that there's this endless growing cycle. It can kind of go on. You can keep, you can combo this out with that and that and that. And that's the other weird thing is if you notice a lot of people that do their Bible studies or other believers or even pastors and stuff like that, if you actually observe them and just listen to them and hear them talk and stuff, what they're doing is they're basically just comboing things out, right? They're comboing verses out with that verse, and then they put something in with what happened in their life or what happened in somebody else's life or an observation or something that happened in the past or the present, and it's just they're comboing all these things out. And I know they don't call them combos. Maybe there's actually a word for it. I'm actually wondering if there's actually a word, a biblical word, because I like to use the word combos. I guess in the flatland realm, some people do call them links, but I kind of like to call them combos. I don't know why, but So anyway, we're gonna get into that. And yeah, I don't even really know what we're gonna get into today. I guess there was that one thing that we were maybe gonna get into. I kind of wanted to get into it again about when the Lord Jesus Christ, right? He says the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few, right? It sounds ridiculous, right? But then here's the thing is because I do go onto some Christian forums and stuff like this, right? And man, it's sad to me because I've been seeing so many posts of believers and they're so discouraged in the faith and they're so they just feel nothing's working out and they feel they can't plant seeds of faith and they can't try or do, and the other thing is I want to say as well is if you're feeling like that, man, I feel, or if you're a girl or whatever, and the thing is we have to think that as long as we're, I think, just being consistent about, or even just practicing, the thing is we could even just be practicing trying to sow some seeds of faith or casting some nets out for the Lord. And, we're not going to be perfect all the time because we're human, right? We're human. So I make mistakes. So it's and sometimes I feel there's a sense of, there's actually something within I think it's within psychology. If you look it up, it's the fear of failure, right? And it's almost the fear of failing and then what people are going to think about you if you fail or if you say something wrong or something like that. But how I see it now is I see it as long as you're trying to plant any sorts of seeds of faith, even if it's the subtlest little tiny grain, even the littlest speck of seed of faith, I think that's better than not doing it at all, right? And I mean, I'll go into right here, so say this, right? We'll go into examples. Now, I don't actually know if these are subtle seeds of faith or not, right? So take my words grain of salt, right? But some subtle seeds of faith, if we could put it into in an example way, right? Well, first off, I brought it up earlier in the week, Christian Asoy, right? He wore a cross. He was wearing a cross when he didn't even believe, and then that made him look deeper into the Bible because he looked back on pictures when he was skating, and he was like, why was I wearing a cross right there? Is that some sort of strange sign? And it got him deeper into scripture, right? It got him deeper into like, maybe I should peer into God's word, right? Now, take all these ones with a grain of salt, right? Because I've looked it up. You can look it up too. We've tried to look up like, okay, so what is a subtle seed of faith? How small can a seed of faith? Because we are called, right? We are called to seek first the kingdom of God, and we're called in Matthew 13, I think 32, that says the Lord Jesus Christ likens the kingdom that people that go out and sow seeds out in the field, right? And the seed is the word of God, right? And in some degree, I feel like the seed can also be a little seed, right? And anything that tethers us, or maybe even plants it to the point where it tethers somebody to even look and peer into this at all. Even just one little word, if you even just read one word, I think, right? And that's the other degree, right? Okay, so take this for example. I don't know if this is a subtle seed of faith, but I know it has tripped me out. Is like, playing some certain RPG games. I'm gonna name some, like, so take for example WoW, right? WoW, a lot of people play it. Or take for example like even like Diablo, right? Like Diablo 2, right? Now in those games, right, they have, or even like, I'm gonna even be real. Now this kind of is controversial, but the weird thing is I'll even say Dungeons and Dragons, right? Now the thing is that and I do want to reiterate that what's weird about Dungeons and Dragons is actually a lot of people don't realize this, but Gary Gygax, the first person that literally made Dungeons and Dragons, he was actually a believer. And if you go back and you actually look at his first iteration of Dungeons and Dragons called Chainmail, what's hilarious about Chainmail is it actually shows a cross right on the front of, it's actually, it's like this knight guy with a cross on him, right? And I just find it hilarious that a believer made that entire, like, it's so weird how the whole, like, satanic panic thing happened, and then it was just odd that the person that made it was a believer. Isn't that weird? I don't know, it's strange. Anyway, but what's weird and the lore behind so many of these characters and these grand archetypes, right? These archetypes that have lasted so many years now, right? So many years for some odd reason, like the archetype of the cleric, I guess the cleric's a little bit more rare, but there is kind of like a healing class, like a priest, cleric, healing kind of class, or like a nature class, right? But then like a very iconic class, right? That transcends so many different types of games, right? For some odd reason, the paladin has rooted itself within so much lore, within so many genres. If you really look at it, really look into all these genres and see the paladin class, right? And I just find it hilarious now. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because I said, maybe even a single word could get somebody to be like, what does that word mean? And you look up the definition of that word and you find out it's in the Bible or something, right? Now, see, there's many, like, okay, so say, like, you take WoW, for example, right? You go into WoW and you play a paladin, some of the spells that you attain, some of the blessings and, auras and stuff like this. If you look into the definition of some of those, or even the talent tree, right? If you go into the talent tree, bro, if you look up some of the definitions of those words, like there's like bestow faith, or like holy aura, or like devotion aura, or like, blessing of might, and all these like, and like consecration. And then like if you were playing like the priest class, there's like benediction. There's like, dude, there's so many words that I literally, like, when I was not even a believer, I would play these classes because of the inspirations of my other friend down the street. He was always he was a believer way before me. He was kind of like an older brother to me, right? A big metalhead, like always like a believer. That's the weird thing. He was always a believer, and he was a super big metalhead, right? And I feel like just hanging out with him, like it was such an interesting aspect of seeing like a different type of like believer than you're used to, right? I think that was what was really strange about him. And it actually, there was something about his character because of that, right? Because I think in some sense, the mainstream media likes to portray some parts of like Christianity as, unfortunately, They like to paint it in the picture of politics, right? Like you're either left wing or you're right wing, and if you're not on that side and you're not on this side, then you're not that, right? And all this stuff. And that's quite frankly why I do not like politics. By the way, I do not like any side of the political party. I honestly think they're both. I think there's something sketchy behind the scenes on both of them. So I don't really know who to trust. And what's weird is I think it's all kind of just run by money, to be honest, like that. But, but then the weird thing is, like, I've met so many, especially like living out in Long Beach, right? When I was living out in Long Beach and like, going to many churches and then working at this church called COA where they help, by the way, if you're homeless and you're in Long Beach, right, you can get a free meal, a free breakfast. I think you can get it 6 days a week. I don't know if they changed it. And I think you could get a warm dinner every other day. And if you go to COA, it's in Long Beach downtown. You could go there, and it's really gnarly. I'm gonna say that right off the bat, man. It's like a gnarly church. Like a bunch of homeless people go there, right? And it's like it's a strange church. It's like an old church, right? It's like this old building, right? And it's like, it looks like this church from like the 70s. It's great. So what trips me out? It actually reminds me of like my trip out there actually reminded me of this movie that actually the same friend down the street that got me into it. It was this movie called They Live, right? And I don't know, some believers I think maybe some believers might even say I shouldn't be watching that type of movie. But that movie my friend showed me, which it is also directed by John Carpenter, by the way. That movie, when I was in Long Beach, bro, it almost felt like that. Like the church setting, like it was just so interesting, man. But what's weird about this church in Long Beach, right, is they have like this like little door panel, right? And there's like this basement, and they have all these, and the thing is, I think it's all run by donations. Like they're feeding all of these people just from donations. It's not like, they're like getting money from like the government and all this stuff. It's literally, I'm pretty sure it's like all from like donations and also like restaurants and like businesses, because like at the end of the day, like if they don't sell something, a lot of businesses just throw away their food and stuff. Well, they get these donations, right? And so it's crazy, man. And it's so it's so weird to think like how much food just gets wasted, just gets thrown away, right? And it's just, and here's the other weird thing. Now I'm kind of opening up another can of worms, right? And this is kind of a big can of worms. I'm going to be really honest, is that these are some straight up observations that I made while living out in Long Beach in my car, right? Is that a lot of people, I know I've been hearing a lot of people, they're like, well, why does California have so many homeless people? They're a failed state. All this stuff is going crazy, right? Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but I will say one of the big reasons I think there's so many homeless people in California is basically because of the weather, bro. The weather, it's like they have like 70-degree weather all year round, except for the summer. It probably gets up to like maybe 100 at a time, maybe not high 90s, and then in the winter time maybe maybe 50s, or maybe not even that cold or something, right, at night. And so I think that's a big reason why there's so many homeless people there, is because of the weather, right? Because it's like it's pretty level all year round, and there's not grand extremes where you need like a bunch of like crazy 0 degrees, negative 17 degrees sleeping bags and stuff like that. You kind of can probably just survive with just a blanket, right? And the thing is like what I noticed is like it's so strange because I met some believers that were literally living in LA that did not need money. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, right? I know that, I think if I were to say that to most people, they'd be like, what are you even talking about, bro? You need a bank account, you need all this, you need this. Bro, I met believers out in Long Beach that did not, they literally survived. I mean, I don't know if they were completely telling the truth, but like, I'm pretty sure they were, because like, the thing is like, I was talking to them and they were very genuine. They knew a lot of the word. It seemed like they wouldn't lie to me on some stuff like that, right? But here's the thing, right? Is that, now I think most people will be like, well, how are they living without money, right? Isn't that impossible, right? Well, the thing is that they're actually living off of people's trash. They're living off of people's waste, right? And there's so much waste in our society right now that literally you can live without money. There's literally people out there, you can live without money because of how much stuff people throw away. It's crazy, man. And that's the other weird thing, is I don't know if most people realize how much stuff
truly gets thrown away, right? There's just so much that gets thrown away, man. And it honestly just trips me out even thinking about it. I'm like, what in the world, bro? It's like, it almost seems like some crazy, like, cyberpunk post, like Mad Max kind of thing going down, right? And it's gnarly, but it's so, like, it's so interesting, man. It's very, there's a realm of Christianity, man, that's like, that it seems like the churches never really talk about, right? And there's this realm of Christianity of like homeless Christianity. It's like straight up like, I don't know, man. It's such a different, it almost reminds me of They Live. If you watch that movie, there's like this whole like homeless encampment and then like the church is helping them out. And it's just like, bro, it just reminds me of that movie every time. I'm just like, what in the world, bro? It's just such a, man, it's such an interesting paradox just thinking about it all, man. It's so weird how we can have like just the wealth ranges, right? The wealth ranges are just so vast, man. Like it is so vast right now, right? Like I've literally seen homeless people. There's literally like a billion, maybe not $1 billion, but like a multi-million-dollar beachside home, right? And then right outside, there's a homeless person living in a tent, right? Probably like a tent that costs like $70 or something, right? So we're looking at some, and it's what's weird about a lot of these like big multi-million-dollar homes and stuff is like I'll ride my bike around them, right? And the thing about it is like sometimes I just go, is anybody even living in there? Like you'll just go in there and it just like you'll kind of like kind of look around, right? And you're just like, bro, like it almost seems like nobody's even in there, right? Like there's so much space in some of these houses that like it's like you kind of wonder like how many people could actually be living in there, right? And it's just so it's quite a paradox to observe actually. And then it's just such a, I probably just sound like I'm crazy, but it's like the thing is if you go out there and you really observe it, get a bike, get a skateboard, and just like go out and just try to find some street spots and just observe things, man. It's interesting, it really is. And it's like very man, it's such a sometimes I almost just think it's like sometimes I look back, I go, man, did God like try and show me that stuff for a reason, or is it just like? And it's weird because when I was out there, like I reread the Bible, right, from front to back. I found this life application Bible right on the street, and it was weird because it was like this tome, dude. It kind of looked like this one, right? This is like this old Bible, but it was like bigger, right? But it was almost like this really old leather bound thing, right? And I just found it on the street. It was like a big one, right? A big life application Bible. And man, it was just so bizarre. And I read that one from front to back, basically besides Revelations, because I wanted to keep Revelations secret, right? And anyway, I don't even know what we're going to get into. So what verses are we even going to get into today, right? Let's see here. Oh yeah, we're going to get into I totally got sidetracked. I got sidetracked with saying about believers that feel discouraged, right? That's why I started getting into all this stuff, right? Is because I've been seeing a lot of posts on the internet about believers losing their faith, believers getting discouraged, believers feeling like nothing's really working out for them, they can't plant seeds of faith. And I think one of the big reasons is I think it's because, well, I think first off, I think it might be because we do live in a technological age, right? So when we do see like pastors, like maybe even what are they called, like mega church pastors or whatever, and they're getting thousands and thousands of views and all this stuff, and they're on the pulpit and stuff like that. Sometimes it feels like, now I don't want to say that it's always like this, but I feel like sometimes I think some believers it puts on to the thing of like, oh well, I'm never going to be able to do that, or I'm not ever going to have a platform like that, or I'm never going to be like, having I don't have that stuff to even do that stuff, right? But what's weird is as we've been getting deeper into the Word of God, right, is that the Word of God calls us to what? We're called to make disciples of all nations, right? And what do disciples do, right? One of the things about disciples is we are called to the Lord Jesus Christ says the harvest is plentiful. The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few, right? And that goes into the Great Commission, right? Now, as far as all the Bible studies that we've done, right? The Bible studies that we've done, it basically seems like if you look up the Great Commission, right? The Great Commission, and you even go into like the, stuff like that, right? And about fishing for souls, fishing for men, it basically akins that to every believer, right? It's not just like pastors. It's not just like, people with these big platforms or whatever. When you read that and you start studying it up, it is a call for all believers, that we are all called to try and, go out into the field, into the harvest, man, right? And it's like, and the other thing, what I want to say is there's that one verse. There's that one verse that says something like, it's like something along the lines of like, if one person turns from their ways, it's cause for great rejoice or something. Let me see if I can find that one. So it doesn't seem like I'm making something up. Let's see here. If one person turns from their ways, it's cause for great rejoice. I think I might have said it wrong. Let's see. If one person... Okay, it's Luke 15:7. Okay, we'll read the KJV. It says, I say unto you that likewise joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, more than over 99 just persons, which need no repentance. Isn't that Dude, isn't that crazy? If you really read that verse, right? That actually goes into something that I heard last week from some pastor on YouTube that sometimes I'll just randomly click on some stream or some, thing that comes up. There's this one pastor saying that one thing that's happening in most churches is that it seems like most churches, they're kind of like appealing and appeasing to like the believers of their flocks. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? Because we are called to do that as well. But the thing is that we're also called to reach the lost, right? The lost sheep and stuff like this. And we're trying to we're called to do that. And this pastor was saying something along the lines of like, maybe this is where the church is struggling, right? Is because we're not really going out into the harvest, right? We're kind of like, we're maybe staying clustered in, right? I don't know, but that's what take that with a grain of salt. That's what this one pastor said. I don't know if it has any. Maybe he's wrong or something like that. But when I think about that, I think about this verse. Let's read the ESV version. So, okay, just so I tell you, there will be more joy in heaven over one sinner that repents than over 99 righteous persons who need no repentance. I thought there was another. Maybe there was another version of this. I thought there was. I mean, that is one right there, but I honestly thought that there is a different there is a different one. Oh yeah, there is a different one. What in the world? Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's one in Luke 15:10. Luke 15:10 almost says the same thing. Okay, let's read the KJV version. Likewise, I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth. Dude, now think about that, right? There is joy. So the thing is even if like you think that you don't have this big congregation, you don't have a flock, you don't have, you're not getting a lot of views, you feel like nothing's working out. Maybe God has you there for a reason, man. Maybe God has you in that one place for just that one soul, man. You never know. If this verse is really what it says it is, right? That there is cause for great rejoice. Let's just read it again. Likewise, I say you there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth, right? And that's a very strange verse, right? And I feel like if you feel discouraged, like nothing's really working out, I think that this is a good one, because I feel like if you just even, man, it just that one soul, as long as you even get one view, as long as you get one view, you never even know, man. Maybe that one view is the one that person needed, right? And that's the crazy thing about the faith, man, is, man, dude, like I've said many times, man, there's so many people like that have just literally done a 180 in their life, man. Like people that were just so gnarly, like even into drugs, like meth and heroin, and them beating up people, them maybe even killing people, like, or just, even just people, and just like depressed people that were on the verges of suicide, of like killing themselves, like all this stuff, man. Like I've heard and literally met believers with testimonies, like, and they have like, man, it's just like, I don't know, dude, like when you meet stuff like that, it's just like, it's just a different level. It's almost just like, I don't even know what to say about that, right? It's like, and it's like, you never know. And that's what's it almost like spurns me on to keep trying to even go, even if it feels like it's not even working or anything, right? If we're just continuing to just keep trying to plant seeds of faith, I think ultimately, like, just like that one verse where Paul goes into, like Apollos, what is that? Man, I always forget these verses. And this is the one thing, look at how it's so much easier with a phone, man. It is literally so easy to do things with the gospel because of the phone. Because look at that verse. I literally I don't even remember exactly where it is in the verse, right? But I remember, Apollos watered, right? I think that's what it says. Something about that, right? And I don't even remember the full verse, right? I just remember that little snippet part of that verse, right? Apollos watered. Now imagine if we were back in the day, man. Imagine if we were back in the day when we couldn't do that. When I couldn't even look up something. I'd been like, you know what? I actually kind of have to find that verse. Let's see here. Sorry, you guys got to wait. I'm going to have to, It's just so, it's so much quicker and easier now, right? You could just, pull it up, boom, right here. 2 seconds. 1 Corinthians 3:6, right? I have planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the increase, right? And that's the one thing, right? We are called to just keep sowing seeds, right? And how I've likened it to, well, actually, it's kind of mentioned in Scripture, right? Is that, also, I do want to reiterate that our works do not offer us salvation, right? We cannot work for our salvation. But the thing about it is when our faith starts growing in us, we will start producing, our faith will not be dead, hopefully, and we will be fruitful and, stuff like that. But generally how I see it is, so we went into all these subtle seeds of faith, right? In the beginning, right? The paladin, all this single word, even just a single word, right? Sometimes I like even seeing that stuff. Even just a single word on something, right? It just makes you even think of something in the Bible, And that's a whole subjective level to it, right? But I love when I see stuff like that, right? It's just I'm like, that's weird. That word has, that's odd. That's a strange word to have just singly in there, It's very interesting to me. And so that's the so if we think about all these subtle seeds of faith, right? That all these other believers, or maybe sometimes I wonder if seeds of faith can be planted even by people that aren't even in the faith yet. I don't really know about that one, right? But the thing about it is if we think about, so we think about this heart, right? So let's think about this heart, right? And it's really rocky and it has all this soil on it, right? And maybe there's some parts where the sun is scorching on it, right? And we think about all these believers, right? Imagine all these believers, and they're all planting these little seeds of faith, just like whoop, whoop. And maybe some people are planting different seeds of faith, by the way. So that's a whole subjective level of what kind of seeds of faith that you're trying to plant, right? But we all have different functions in the body of Christ, right? I think some people are called to just plant really, 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 really subtle seeds of faith, right? But to a lot of people, some people are you're just there for that one soul that you need it, man. Maybe some people are called to proclaim the gospel or something, or maybe some people are called to go out into the fields and go into the harvest and stuff like that, right? Maybe some people are just called to just help out the believers in wherever you're at, right? Wherever God has you, right? And so if we think about this and we think about all these, but we're all called to plant seeds of faith, right? So we all think about, these little seeds of faith just getting planted in people's hearts, right? And if we can think about this as a heart, we think about this little seed, right? And if we think about this verse right here that I brought up, 1 Corinthians 3:6, right? It says, I have planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the increase, right? So if we think we're also called to, I guess from that verse in some degree, because I've also heard this as well from other believers, is sometimes in the degree of we also water people's faith, right? So if we think about the seed of faith, which is nestled in this, well, hopefully nestled, sometimes it just falls off, right? Sometimes it doesn't get planted. But the thing is, if we this little seed of faith, right, it goes into somebody's heart, right? And it starts growing, right? And it starts growing, and hopefully if it's planted in the right soil, right, it'll start popping out, and then a little leaf will pop out, right? Just a little thing. Maybe they say one thing about the faith, right? Or maybe they'll look at something and they're like, that's weird, or they will notice a coincidence. Or maybe this will happen. Maybe something bad in their life, maybe some crazy situation happened. Maybe they actually finally prayed to God or something like that, right? And maybe something happened. Maybe something occurred, right? Maybe some weird event happened, right? And they're like, that's weird. That's mysterious, right? So these little seeds of faith just start growing in this person's heart, just and just these little leaves start just keep growing and growing and growing and growing. Well, ultimately, right, if we're planted in the right soil, right, which it's mentioned in the parable of the soil. I love the parable of the sower, right, because it mentions the soils, right, the different types of soils that drown out the seed, right. But ultimately, if we continue to keep watering it, and hopefully from the other believers that are helping to water, people's faith will ultimately grow, like in Matthew 13:32. I'm pretty sure that's what it is that this seed of, actually, let me just look at it, because now I want to see if it's right. Matthew 13:32, it is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches, right? So this little seed of faith continues to grow, and then it just turns into this giant tree, man. Like, and that's us. We are the trees. Like, it sounds ridiculous, right? But we are likened as trees, right? And this is the most hilarious part about it, right? Is that we are likened like trees, and why I want to say that, I want to bring up Psalms 1, right? Because Psalms 1, even David goes into, even the legendary character of David, right? He goes into that we are supposed to be like trees that do not wither, or our leaves are not supposed to wither, right? And I bring up this combo a lot, so I apologize, but as you can tell, it's almost like the flatland stuff. You can see that I feel like I don't really know if people are actually listening to this over and over, or like, listening to these streams, but I do feel like I take this path a lot. But these are the ones I have memorized, right? And I don't know if I've memorized them, but there's just something about it that I just keep. It's kind of like BMX, where like you have like that line and you have that combo, and you just like kind of can just like, you're just like, you can just do it all the time when you're not really struggling with it. I feel like this is kind of like that line that I always take and I don't know why I keep taking this line. I'm trying to like do different lines, but I'm just trying to. I need to find new combos, honestly, with the word and also all these other things, honestly. But anyway, let's just read Psalms 1, right? This part right up in here. It says, "His delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers," right? And so the thing is David is saying, so what is David saying right here? David is saying, so whoever is meditating on the laws of the Lord day and night, what is he going to be likened to? He is going to be likened to as a tree. Like a tree, right? It's almost like the Lord Jesus Christ almost kind of like mentions it again in the parable of the sower. It's very interesting, right? And it says that yields its fruit in its season, right? And what's strange is if you think about fruits, right? Now, I don't know about all fruits, but if we think about fruits, what do fruits do, right? What do fruits do, right? Fruits produce seeds, right? So ultimately, right, because you can't just be like a little. Now, if we go back to the thing about the heart, right? The heart and the different types of soils, right? You can't just be like a little sprout and just be like planting all these seeds, right? Because I think you're still growing in it, right? And the thing about it is when we become like trees, like slowly over time, it's not like this thing where boom, you're going to be like a tree and you're just going to be like super fruitful all the time. Generally, it ends up being like really like mysterious. I feel like that's what happens to a lot of believers, right? Like there's some things that like happen, maybe a strange occurrence, maybe you just start meeting a lot of different believers and you go, that's weird, that's strange. Or like, maybe, you start seeing these coincidences, or maybe it's this big event where God tries to maybe reveal something to you, or tries just straight up just shows you, or maybe it's a time of just drought, of just you're in the wilderness, man, where maybe you're at your lowest point. Maybe you're even at your point where you're going to even maybe consider ending your own life, and you finally pray to God, and then maybe God starts kind of revealing something of maybe a path that you should maybe go down and maybe, start learning from, or maybe you did something in prison or something like this, right? And so this is the weird thing, right? And so there's many different types of areas where, seeds can start flourish, or maybe not flourishing, but it can start, maybe the water will finally start. Maybe the soil was just so packed on there, right? From the suns and the heat rays, and it's just straight clay, and the seeds never, but there was like that one little seed in there, and finally a little bit of water just went in there and started like growing a little bit, right? So ultimately, what did we get into? We went into that there's this giant, we're to be like trees, right? We're to be like trees, and we're to be fruitful, right? And that's one of the big things about what the Lord Jesus Christ says, right? It's mentioned in John, right? And it says, "Herein is my Father glorified." Here, it's a strange word. Herein is my Father glorified, right? It's John 15:8. John 15:8 says, "Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit. So shall ye be my disciples," right? And so that's so strange, right? Isn't that so strange that he just says that right there, right? So he wants us to be bearing a lot of fruits, right? What do fruits do? Fruits produce a lot of seeds, right? And what is the seed? And we'll go into that. The seed is the word of God. The seed is the word of God. And I think that's like Luke, that's Luke 8:11, right? Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God, right? And I always love this combo right here, right? Because it always, and then we go into Matthew 6:33, right? Matthew 6:33 says, let's see here. This is a good combo. I feel like it always just inspires me to just keep going. "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you," right? And in the context of Matthew 6, if you read the whole of Matthew 6, it goes into, anxiety, people being anxious about all these things that honestly the Lord Jesus Christ is almost saying, "Hey man, that stuff's like not really even that. Why are you tripping on that stuff," right? There's even a part where he goes like, "Why you have little faith," right? In some degree, I think the Lord sometimes tests us, right? He's like, "Bro, you're in a simpler, more modern way." I'd like to think that the Lord would almost say in a modern translation, right? He'd be like, "Bro, why are you tripping out, bro? You don't even need that stuff, bro. Like, you need to be doing this over here. Why are you tripping out about all this stuff? That's just wasting your time. That's wasting your energy. You need to be putting your energy into more fruitful endeavors," right? I think ultimately, if the Lord, now that take that with a grain of salt. That's just my own. When I read Matthew 6, that's sometimes what I think about, right? So, and that's like a modern translation, right? That'd be hilarious. That's But if we go into Matthew 6:33, right, it says, "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Therefore, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble," right? And then we go into Matthew 13. We go into Matthew 13 about the parable of the sower, which we've been in the parable of the sower. Matthew 13 all the way down to 24. He says this is the very first instance. And I think there's an ironic thing, right? The very first instance that the Lord Jesus Christ likens the kingdom to. What does he liken the kingdom to? He put another parable before them, saying, "The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field," right? So, and ultimately, right, it goes into the whole thing of even what David was saying about we're supposed to be like trees, we're supposed to be bearing fruit. What do fruits do? Where fruits produce seeds, and we're called to, just keep sowing seeds out in the field, right? And then if you go all the way back in the front of this Bible study, right, the thing about seeds is I feel like seeds can be somewhat subjective to where God has you, right? Sometimes God might have you to just plant the subtlest little seed of faith, right? Even just the littlest. You might not even think maybe if you even just say one word, just say something like, you can even just say one word, like, just like maybe like salvation, maybe even judgment, maybe even like redemption, like if you use some of these like words, or like, faith, or, prayer or something like that, ultimately I think you'd have to somehow be tactful about how you do it. Because I think that's also a thing about, planting seeds of faith, where you are called is sometimes you do have to be tactful, and sometimes you have to be bold, and sometimes you have to know your where the field, where the harvest, where and ultimately the thing about it is, if we continue to do God's will, if we get deeper and deeper into God's will, right? What does Jesus say? Jesus says that he is ultimately going to make us fishers of men, right? He wants us to become fishers of men. He doesn't want us to be like he just, he literally says, and he said to them, "Follow me and I will make you" what? Dude. And he said to them, "Follow me and I will make you fishers of men," right? The Lord Jesus Christ wants us to be winning souls for the kingdom, right? We're to be doing God's will on earth for the Lord Jesus Christ to ultimately build up his kingdom, right? And I think if you're even attempting to do it even a little bit, it takes, I think it's very awkward to do, right? But I think ultimately, I think it's, as far as what some believers have said, it's some believers, actually a lot of believers, well, I guess I've only heard some believers have said that it's one of the most rewarding thing, maybe the most rewarding thing you can do in your life, because it goes into the Great Commission, right? Anyway, I guess that's the Bible study today. Combos that we've already went into over and over and over again many times. So, yeah. So let's get into it. Let's go get into a card draw. And we will get onto this field that we're in. So we're trying to plant seeds of faith on this spec. So the other thing is how I'm trying to see it as is that we're doing these Bibles. We're trying to put God first, right? And we're trying to put these Bible studies in the front of these streams, right? And then I'm doing the bike riding, and I'd like to think that the bike riding is almost like casting this giant net out, right? And then we're on this spectrum where we can kind of go and do a card draw thing, and then maybe try and phrase it to a way where we can put a Bible verse or something in it, or just show some artwork, or maybe some of this artwork. I think that this artwork honestly inspires me to keep going in the faith as well in some weird, mysterious way. And then we will get into bike riding. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Let's look at that one verse. It says, "Acknowledge God in all our ways." Acknowledge God in all your ways. So that's Proverbs 3:6. "In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." Right? That is Proverbs 3:6, man. And so that's a strange thing, right? Because I feel like, man, that verse is a trip. In all thy ways, right? It's like, man, that's gnarly, huh? But it almost goes into the whole thing of like, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your soul, and your strength, right? Yeah, but I will be honest. Sometimes I go, am I really acknowledging him in this way? I mean, I'd like to, right? So, like, even on these cards, right, I'd like to acknowledge God. Hopefully, I'd be liking to acknowledge God because, I've chosen some of these cards because they either remind me of Bible verses, sometimes they remind me of the paladin class, or just like, the cleric, or, something about trees, or something about, something along that line, and I'd like to think that would try to maybe acknowledge God. Is that acknowledging God in this way, right? Okay, so we have the acknowledging God in this way. Or maybe we can even start out, okay, this camera and this phone right here. So we're trying to acknowledge God by putting God first. Then we're trying to acknowledge God by putting his word into practice. Then we're trying to acknowledge God in here because we're trying to pick the cards, because there's thousands and thousands of cards. I could pick some crazy, gnarly cards that don't even relate to Scripture at all, right? But I tried to at least pick the one. I mean, I don't have a lot of cards, but, I'd like to try and think that I've tried to acknowledge God in what he, and some believers say that God gives you everything that you need. So did God give me all this stuff? I really don't know. That's that's another thing. And then on the BMX front, right? I think then people will be like, well, how are you acknowledging God in this aspect, right? And first off, some of these companies, what's weird about some of these companies is that they have actually acknowledged God, even in that, like I said, the subtlest seed of faith. It's weird that I'll start seeing some companies and maybe they might not do it in the best ways, right? But the thing is that I'll give you this option, right? So like, here's the thing. It's like, if you have a bunch of teacups, maybe a bunch of pots, right? Imagine you have thousands and thousands of pots, right, to choose from, but only one of those pots is actually putting a little seed of faith that you can kind of notice. Would you pick that one little seed of faith of the pot, or would you pick some other pots that had nothing to do about the faith whatsoever? It's like, so that, so that would, and then the other thing about maybe trying to acknowledge God in the BMX aspect is that, a lot of these tricks that I'm trying to learn are from seeds of faith that other believers that rode planted, and I'm trying to like follow what they kind of inspired me to do, right? Like some believers would do some tricks. I'm like, oh, that's weird. that believer is doing that trick, kind of, And then I like to, and then so I'd like to think, is that acknowledging God even in the BMX aspect, or maybe even, I'd like to think maybe acknowledging God in the BMX aspect would almost be like, well, can we maybe like lift our hands up or like make the sign of the cross even on the BMX bike, right? So should I be acknowledge, maybe not should I, but can I acknowledge God through BMX by maybe learning more tricks that resemble a cross whatsoever, right? I don't know, right? Because that's the other weird thing, is that there was these two believers and they both did stick B-no-handers, switch foot stick B-no-handers. And they would both do this trick, and they both acknowledged God on their edits. And I just found it so mysterious, man. I was like, what in the world? And I know I've said that a lot, but like, I just find that very, very mysterious that they both did that. So is this acknowledging God in all our ways? Maybe not in all our ways, but in what is in view, I'd like to maybe think that we're trying to, right? And I guess maybe to try is better than not trying it at all, right? So, yeah. Yep. And that was the Bible study today. This combo I've done so many times, though. Oh, well. At least I know this combo down, it's the thing is that it's different every time, right? Because I've done many, I've went on this combo path, right? With the parable of the sower has so many combos, right? And that's why I like the parable of the sower. It has so many combos that you can just all the different types of soils. You can go into riches, you can go into this, you can go into the enemy, you can go into Satan, you can go into there's so many different there's so many different combos, and you go into fruits. You can go into so many different aspects of it, and that's why I like the parable of the sower so much. I really, really like that parable. I think it's very interesting. Anyway, okay, let's see here. Let's do this card draw. I'm really trying to shuffle it up. I want to really see what I draw. Okie dokie. Let's go. Okay, let's see here. Boom. Let's cut this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, these cards we're going to pick today. Let's see what we draw. Let's see what artwork we draw for today. First card of the day. I'm so curious. I was just like, it's just such an interesting thing of just not knowing, what combo you're going to get with this as well, right? I like finding combos, man, if you can't tell already. Okay, let's see here. First card of the day. Dude, this is hilarious, bro. It's so funny, dude. Oh, my goodness. We got angelic benediction, bro. Bro, oh my goodness, dude. It's so funny, dude. It's just like, I feel like I know it sounds ridiculous, but these card draws make the scriptures it makes it so much more fun to me, because it's just like, I know it probably has no correlation maybe whatsoever, but when I think about angelic benediction, right? I think about the verse that we literally went into about there's cause for great rejoice when one sinner repents. There's cause for joy amongst the angels of God. It literally just reminds me of just like what we went into today, man. Angelic benediction. Who did this one? Michael Cormack. Michael, holy moly, dude. Michael Cormack. I know it sounds weird, but dude, that's actually really weird now that I think about it. Dude, look at Michael Cormack painted this. Now, I know it's strange because his name is, it's strange because his name is Michael, but I mean, for some odd reason, I just feel like, I bet that dude got really tripped out by his name. Asking Michael to paint angelic benediction. Bro, that is oh my goodness, bro. That's so gnarly. That is just, he's probably really Dude, I bet this guy that painted this looked so deep into some angelic stuff that like, oh man, so take this for example, right? Imagine I commission this card. Imagine I commission this card to a bunch of, I'm like, okay, what are you guys going to illustrate? All I'm giving you is angelic benediction. What are you going to illustrate, right? And I guess they would give you, oh, that's weird. Rafik of the Many has, they gave this flavor text. Even in single combat, I am never alone. Exalted, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Whenever a creature you attacks alone, you may tap a target creature. And that's like barely anything. Like you literally have barely anything whatsoever in there. But the big one is this name, is these two words right here. Angelic benediction, right? What would you paint? How would you illustrate that, right? And it's just weird that the guy that's named Michael painted that. Sorry, Deaf Skulls, I can't see your chat at the moment. I will see your chat when I open up my sorry, I'm using this thing as a light. Normally I have my the chat open on here, but unfortunately I can't see your chat unless man, Twitch needs to change their UI. I used to be able to see the chat. I'm so sorry, but I see your name, but I just can't see the chat. I just find it weird that this is the first card we drew, and I just find it weird that his name was Michael. Like, that dude really thought... I mean, man, asking Michael to paint angelic benediction? Oh, my goodness, bro. Michael Cormack, but just having that name, I mean, I feel like he's peered into it probably more than most, I would assume. Okay, Personal Sanctuary. What's funny, dude, now this is hilarious right here. Check this one out. Personal Sanctuary. This is like a paladin card. What does this one say? There is a place deep within my soul that no foe can intrude and no tyrant can conquer. Sarlena, Paladin of the Northern Verge. And I really like this one because you get to see, like, she has like, I'd like to think that's a Bible. I know it doesn't have a cross or anything, so you can't really make that distinction. But I mean, if you look deeper into the Paladin class, then you can only, but I like that. Just Personal Sanctuary. Love the artwork on that. It's so awesome. Okay, let's see here. Number 3. Holy moly. Dude, today's gnarly. Dude, today is just so weird, man. We're getting some gnarly angels. I never had a draw like this. Look at this one. Sephira, Sky's Blade. Now that angel's super gnarly. Just looking at that one. Holy moly, it's gnarly. Okay. Number 4. Holy, dude, what in the world? Dude, we're getting all sorts of... Dude, this is a gnarly draw today, bro. We got Righteousness. And that's so weird because the very first card we drew was the dude that had the name Michael. And then it's weird because, look, there's this guy's fighting the dragon. I mean, that just reminds me of Revelation right there, man. Where in Revelation it says something like, in that time the archangel Michael's gonna rise up and he's gonna like command. I think he says something like he's gonna command the angels or something like that, and he's gonna like slay the dragon or something like that. Let's look. I guess we could look that. We could do a Bible study on that later, but there is something in Revelations, and I think it's mentioned in Daniel as well. Wow, dude, today's so strange, man. We're getting some gnarly cards. Call to Serve. Now, here's the other thing about this, right? Is that I think most people think that like only angels have wings, right? Because like if you look at this card, you're like, oh, is that just an angel? Well, when I look at this card, I'd like to think that it's not just angels that have wings, right? Because if we go into that verse of Isaiah, right? I think it's Isaiah like 40:34 it's some sort. It's Isaiah 40 something. It's a very famous verse of. There's a part in it that says, "Those who wait upon the Lord will mount up as wings as eagles." Or they will soar on wings as eagles, or something like. I need to bring that one up now because I'm butchering it, and it probably seems like I'm making something up. Let's see here. I need to remember that. This is such a famous verse, and I feel bad that I can't remember exactly where it is. They shall mount up on wings. That's Isaiah 40. Okay, so I got it a little bit right. Isaiah 40:31. It says, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings they shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Now, see, that's the thing. So it's weird how Isaiah puts it, right? He says it would have been totally different. Oh, the angels are only going to renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings as with. But why does he? But what's weird about Isaiah? He says, "But they that wait upon the Lord," right? So it's like they. Who is they, right? Who is they, right? Like that's I don't know, right? I guess that's. I mean, ultimately, I think they would be the believers, right? So I mean, I could be wrong on that. So I don't know that for sure, but I'd like to think that not only angels have wings. Man, that is such a gnarly hand right there. You just look at all these cards right here. Angelic Benediction, Personal Sanctuary, Sephir's Skyblade, Righteousness, Call to Sir, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, dude, another angel, bro. What in the world, bro? That's so gnarly. Avishon, Angel of Hope. Man, dude, today's just a gnarly day, man. We've almost got the whole suit right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, last card. This is the last card. What is the last card gonna be? I'm so like I literally shuffled this a lot today. I've never had a hand like this. It's so weird, man. I'm like, okay, I'm so curious. What in the world, bro? We got Revelation, dude. Dude, what in the world? Dude, today's weird, bro. I'm not even lying, bro. This is like, dude, today's hand. Look, we got Revelation, bro. Holy moly, dude. This is the card with the Bible verse on it. What does this one say? It says, "Many are in high place and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek." Ecclesiastes 3:19. Bro. What in the world, bro? Dude, today is so weird, bro. This hand right here has literally just baffled me. I'm like, it would not only the hand, but just the Bible study and then just getting this hand. I'm like, what in the dude? That's so weird. We were literally just talking about Revelation because of this first card about angelic benediction. Holy dude, that is just. Sorry, I'm like tripped out, bro. I'm like, what in the world, bro? It's just so mysterious. Let's read this Bible verse again. What does this one say? This is actually a card. This is actually an MTG card with a Bible verse on it. "Many are in high place and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek." Huh. That's very weird. And isn't there another verse that says, well, okay, just because we drew that, let's look up some verses on the meek, because I think it says something about the meek shall inherit the earth or something like that, right? Meek Bible verses. So we're going to read up some Bible verses on meek, because it says mysteries are revealed unto the meek. Okay. "Blessed are the meek, for they so this is Matthew 5:5. "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Psalms 37:11. But the meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant peace. I mean, they say Psalms 25. It doesn't say the word meek, but it says the word humble. He leads the humble in what is right and teaches the humble his way. That's strange. He leads the humble in what is right and teaches the humble his way. Huh. I've never done a Bible study on that one. Psalms 25:9. We might do a Bible study tomorrow on Psalms 25:9. I'm going to write it down right now. Psalms 25:9. He teaches the humble his way. That's so weird. I've forgotten about that verse. Who is wise and understanding among you? But who is wise and understanding among you? By his good conduct let him show his works in the meekness of wisdom. Numbers 12:3. Now the man Moses was very meek, more than all people who were on the face of the earth. I've read that verse. That is just such a strange verse to come up, man. I mean, that's so weird. So, that makes sense now. Mysteries are revealed unto the meek, and Moses was the meekest person. Now the man Moses was very meek, more than all people who are on the face of the earth. That's so interesting and so bizarre. And that's so weird, right? Because the 10 Commandments were given to Moses, right? Dude, that is so weird. That's so strange. I never thought about it that way, right? Huh. That's very weird. And I think those are all the Colossians 3:12. Put on then as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. Therefore put away all filthiness and rampant wickedness, and receive with meekness the implanted word, which is able to save your souls. That's James 1:21. 2 Corinthians 10:1. I, Paul, myself entreat you by the meekness and gentleness of Christ. I who am humble when face to face with you, but bold towards you when I am away. That's a strange verse right there. I who am humble when face to face with you, but bold toward you when I am away. That's very interesting. Intriguing. I think those are all the I'm literally looking for every single verse that has the word meek in it. Okay, here's another one. But with righteousness he shall judge the poor and decide with equity for the meek of the earth. And he shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall kill the wicked. I think that's all the other. I think that's all of them with the word meek in it. Oh wait, no, here's another one. Oh, that's strange. Psalms 45:4. In your majesty ride out victoriously for the cause of truth and meekness and righteousness. Let your right hand teach you awesome deeds. It's weird because they have so many different ones, and they're like putting so many other verses, but they don't have. I'm literally looking for the word meek in general. Meek. Other ones. There's a lot, dude. Look at how many verses they have, dude. I'm like literally trying to find them all. Like, Jude 1:9. Now this one doesn't have the word meek in it. This one doesn't have the word meek in it, but it has the word Michael, and it's weird. It's weird that they have Michael and meek. Let's see here. But when the archangel Michael, contending with the devil, was disputing the body of Moses, he did not presume to pronounce a blasphemous judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you." What other ones are there? Sorry, this one I'm just like so curious because we drew that one. It says, "Mysteries are revealed unto the meek," and that was the end of it. We literally read, I think, every single verse with the word meek in it. Yeah, it's like literally like look. It says meekness, and I know there's a lot of ones that they didn't have the word meek. They had these different words, you know. But I tried to read every single one that actually had the legitimate word of meek. Very interesting. Intriguing. Well, I don't know if I should put this one on. I guess we'll put it on my. I'll put it on the Instagram. This one's just kind of weird. This one just. Man, this draw today was just ominous. That's what it felt like today. It was just ominous. Do 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 do. All right, let's do this. Now we're gonna do this front. You can see how we try and plant some seeds of faith on the Instagram, on our Instagram, right? So I do the draw. We do the draw, and I guess I'll show you guys. So we do the draw. I press this button for our story. I should maybe I should just make a different account, but I have all these people that are on this one. So we do a draw like this, and then we press the story thing, and then we have this draw out right here, and then hopefully we can maybe plant some seeds of faith. Or at least try. I don't know if this is planting seeds of faith. I mean, I think it is, honestly. But I don't know, really. I'd like to think it is. At least we're trying to. Okay, let's see here. Greetings. Welcome to the card draw of the day, which today was very ominous. It was an ominous card draw. We have Angelic Benediction. We have Personal Sanctuary. We have Sephirah Skyblade. We have Righteousness. We have Call to Serve. Abishon, Angel of Hope. And for the last card, we have Revelation, which is actually a strange card because this is an MTG card with a Bible verse on it. And they put a Bible verse in 1995. Imagine if this company put a Bible verse on a card nowadays. I wonder if they would receive a lot of flack. But it's funny, in 1995 they did it, and it says, "Many are in high place and of renown, but the mysteries are revealed unto the meek." Ecclesiastes 3:19. Strange card. Strange card. Man. Dude, today was so weird. Man, even just this draw right now is just so odd. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like it just like it kind of like keeps me inspired, man. Even just seeing this artwork, man, I'm just like, let's keep going with the faith, man. Even if like, even in the face of just ridicule or just it just being feeling really awkward or just super strange, man. There's something like, I don't know, man. There's something mysterious about it. I mean, it, just like this card, right? There's something mysterious about it all. There's just something. Well, that was the Bible study, card draw thing. But, well, man, I'm gonna take a little break. Ugh. And then I'm gonna get into bike riding. I'm gonna check this coffee.
Need a computer fix?
Huh?
Yeah, your hard drive?
I don't know what all. What all's on it. I'm gonna try to recover everything I could. Probably try to cover it. Yeah.
Bro, these Bible studies are gnarly, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Bro, I don't even know anymore, dude. Like, it's just like, man. Man, it's just like, sometimes there's just like, I don't know, like, when is something just a coincidence, right? That's just like, right? When is something a coincidence and when is something, I don't know, man. Let's go. Let's just go. All glory, all praise be to the Most High. Just try and, whatever we do, let's try and do it heartily for the Lord. Yeah, that's actually pretty gnarly to think about, though, because there's a lot of stuff that's been really gnarlyly done for the Lord. Okay, let's plug this in. Let's open this. Okay, sorry, I couldn't see the chat. Let me restart this. Hopefully I can see the chat this time. Man, Twitch needs to fix their chat, bro. No, I couldn't see it. Oh, darn it. Man, Twitch needs to fix their chat. It sucks that I can't It sucks that I can't read the chat on this phone anymore. I apologize, Def, bro. I couldn't see your chat. I can see it when I do the when I make it a highlight. Twitch needs to fix that chat thing. It's all sketchy. My bad, bro. I couldn't see the chat, homie. I'll be back. Baka baka booga baka bika baka boo. Baka baka bika baka 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 boo. Okie dokie. Let's try to be joyous. Joyfulness. Which I don't know if I'm doing a great job. Sometimes I feel okay, let's see here. What should we listen to? I guess we'll listen to this. Oh, I can see your chat now. You do fine, bro. Just remember that God is caring for you. Thank you, man. I'd like to think that God's trying to care for all the believers, right? Because you know that one thing, there's that one, it's like Romans 8:28. I know you probably heard it many times, right? It says, what is Romans 8:28? It says something like God works all things together for good to those who love him and who are called according to his purpose. I think that's it. I tried to remember. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry if I butchered it, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to it. I mean, I guess I shouldn't butcher a verse though, right? I shouldn't try and, since I have that's why I like this pocket Bible, by the way. I can just open it up. And I feel bad because I feel like if I butchered a verse, I feel like I feel bad. Like I feel like I might have I don't want to lead someone astray or something like that, right? So I want to say it right. So I need to open it up. I know it's Romans 8:28 though. Let's see here. Romans 8:28. Let's see how close I was. I'm honestly just curious to see how close I was too.
Okay, I was a little bit off. I forgot the first part. It says, "And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose." And I'm actually glad I reread it. I actually wasn't going to read that again, right? But I'm glad I did because I actually forgot that. Because I forgot that first part, I think. And we know, it's like that we as the believers, we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good. So, check your PSI. Oop. I'm kind of tired today. I don't know how long. I'm gonna try and ride normally, but I don't know if I got like the best sleep last night, so. Oh wait, I need to find some new music up in here. Okay, what about this? Is this on copyright free? Is this copyright free? Trying to find copyright free music, man. Copyright free? Oh, it is copyright free. Yes! We found another copyright free! Ah, it's so awesome finding something copyright free. It sounds ridiculous, but I'm like, we found a copyright free playlist! Though I don't know if I'm gonna like this. I haven't listened to this. Okay, so we're gonna start off. We're gonna try and start off with all our no-handed tricks, or at least practicing them. Or maybe not all the no-handed tricks, but all the ones that I kind of remember at this moment in time. I'm gonna start with the backyard no-hander. Oh, pretty close then. Let's just cycle through them. So we got that one. We got foot jam, no-hander. That's kind of weird to do. I feel like that's not a good warm-up trick. It sounds weird. I just don't know if that's a good. Let's just remember this. I don't know if that's a good warm-up trick. Oh yeah, we got this no-handed one. No-handed trick? I feel like it's a good no-handed trick. We're trying to do all the no-handed tricks. Okay, we got that one. That one was kind of weak, but what other no-handed tricks? Oh yeah, we got the track stand no-hander. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of track stand no-hander ones. Well, there's two actually. This one. Got that one into swivel. That one into swivel or into stick beat no-hander. I can't land anything. Oh yeah, we got the other track stand no-hander. This track stand no-hander is weird. There we go. I really want to just like spread it out. Boom. This is like a track stand locomotive. Ah! Didn't land it. That one was good. Okay, we got that one. Oh yeah, we got this one. Got that one. I'm literally trying to think about all the no-hander tricks that kind of resemble a cross that I can do. I know there's a lot of them I can't do. Oh yeah, there's this new one. We haven't did the new one that I was looking at. I haven't actually added this one. So you go like that, like this. I haven't landed one yet. No, did I land one? I don't think I landed one yet. Oh! Dude, that one's cool. That one looks really cool, actually. Okay, we got that one. We got the stick. We got the gyrator. Which we could try and do that. Let's try and do the foot jam no-hander. Oh, that's kind of weird. So we got that one. Now it feels a little weird to do sometimes though. And we got gyrator bars big. Oh, I almost messed my finger up right there. We got gyrator, we got half bar gyrator, which we can do. Track stand. track Sam no-hander. Ah, fudge. Got that one. I literally have not, I don't think I've landed anything really. Sometimes these no-hand tricks are hard. We got, I should forgot we have a backwards bar hang 10 no-hander thing. Let's actually just do this one first. I'm bad at that one. There's that one though. You got the no-hand thing on this thing. Alright, what other? Oh, there's a slider no-hander. I haven't really done that. Here's a slider no-hander. Actually, I haven't done a slider no-hander in a while. This is a weird playlist. It's just like ambience. Oh. That's kind of hard. Anyway, there's a slider no-hander. I'm not very good at it. Okay, what other no-hander ones are there? Oh yeah, there's Freak Squeak no-hander. I'm not good at that one either. Free sweet no-hander. There's like the no-handed thing on this one. The effects. Actually, I need to hammer this thing down in here. Messed up right now. Got this no-hander. Oh. Man, my no-hand tricks are like super inconsistent. What does that one look like? Oh, I'm doing like little hot potato no-handers. Anyway. There is the tuck no-hander, but I haven't done one in a while. Other no. Oh yeah, there's hang 5, backwards hang 5. That's no-hander. Let's do half bar, hang 10 no-hander. Ooh, I'm not good at this one. Oh, come on. It's always weird like getting a hang 5 and then do it half bar. It's really weird. Oh, come on, brothers. There's that one, but bad at it. Oh yeah, then there's the locomotive. And I think that's like literally all the besides the chuck no-hander. I think that might be all the no-handed tricks I can do in here so far. So we're just cycling through all these no-handed tricks, I guess. That you can tell I'm not good at them. I don't think I landed a single one. It's kind of crazy. But this is a new one that right here. New no-handed trick. We're gonna just cycle through them all now since we kind of put them all down the board. Trying to do the Joel Schallhorn track stand locomotive no-hander. That was just hard to land. If you had the flat bars, it's way easier. Hey, what's up? What's up, Crimson? Crimson Farmer. How goes it? How goes it? Basically, we're trying to do as many no-handed tricks. Just practicing. Put you in no-hander. Almost did it. That was a good one. I'm new. Welcome. Welcome to these awkward streams where you get to watch me fail over and over and over, I guess. But we do Bible studies in the beginning. Oh yeah, we got this no-handed trick. Come on. Oh, bad that one. Do you like to ride BMX? What do you like to do, man? Oh, you could like keep like go, dude. There's a combo in there. just messing around. Most people that watch these streams, I think, just listen to Bible studies. This is just casting the net, hopefully to reach more people with the gospel, I guess, in some degree. I'd like to think it's doing that, but I don't know if it actually is. I mean, it brought you in here. You didn't come in on the Bible study, so it brought one person in, right?
Oh, I messed it up. Darn.
Just kind of messing around. I'm kind of tired today, too, so. Maybe that's what I should do. Just get really good at the no-handed tricks. Because there are a lot of them, and I'm not good at them, right? It's like, I can hardly land them. I mean, that is a challenge right there. Whoa, that's a crazy combo. Oh, I forgot there's a front one that you could do no-handed. There's a front one. I haven't done the front one, I don't think. Where do you go with this? You go like that in the front. I need to just learn that one too, because there is that one. And you like go like this, and I think you go like that, and like you hook. I think you hook something up. Is it like that? I think it's like that. Or no, it's like this. How do they do that? It's so weird. Huh. There's a way that they take their hands off. Oh wait, there's the upside down toe too. I forgot about that one. There's a lot of no-handed tricks. Lots of no-handed tricks. Maybe I should pump my tires up. I guess we could do the birch rate too, because I need to learn that better. Oh yeah, I saved something. I saved a clip because someone did a freak squeak and I saw him. It was Dave Smith. Oh, okay, he does a, oh, that's weird. He puts his leg through the bar, but he has those flatland bars. Okay, yeah, he's doing, dude, he did a no-legged freak squeak. Dude, that's crazy. Man, maybe it's time to put some flatland bars on. Because the flatland bars, like, they go like that. Make it a lot easier to do some tricks. See, I cut them down, but that's the problem. I guess they're the same size almost. Oh, I may put these bars on. Dude, that would really, I guess no, let's just use normal geometry. Because then people are going to think they need like flatland parts and stuff like that. We'll just use normal geometry. Oh yeah, freak squeaks.
is the trick so hard? Makes no sense to me. Why can't I do it? Three, two, one. Let's actually do some locomotives. Okay. I almost landed a locomotive yesterday. Actually, I reviewed the clip. I think instead, because I was going over here, doing it from here. I actually think I'm going to do it from over here. I'm going to mark it down. Did it over here. I started from right here, and I went and carved all the way. Actually, I carved like right here and then into there. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just maybe skirt it right here. Actually, no, I should skirt it. Try it right there. I'm marking it with a piece of tape, so I like consistent variable. It's gotta be quicker. Gotta be faster. I think that might work. Because I want to like try and turbine it maybe. I'm trying to find the right circle to take. Because this pushes me in a different circle than the backyard for some reason. And I feel like if I find that right radius to do it in, I might be able to go in a circle in here. Come on. almost, dudes. Oh yeah, that's probably the spot right there, I think. I think I might have found the new spot. Come on, why can't I do it? Yep. That was close. Okay, we're gonna practice some different tricks too. But actually, I almost got into it. Let's do another one. Oh, this trick's hard. Let's practice some free sweep no-handers. Man, I saw you these tricks. Brutal. I'm like focus more, I think. I'm not focusing enough. I feel like these tricks shouldn't be taking this long to learn. Especially the locomotive. I thought the locomotive was going to be... I didn't think it was going to take this long. Holy moly. He just did a freaking flare 180. Dude, Spencer shreds, dude. Did he just do a 720 on that? Jeebus, dude.
Dude, shout out to Spencer Horseman. Dude, shreds, bro. He just did a 720 on a wedge. What the heck? Is he riding for Mongoose too? What? What the? He has a Mongoose helmet. Okay. Dude, they're grinding it, man. I need to up my game now. All the boys are grinding right now. Ah, why can't I miss? Here, let's grind this stuff then. I just keep messing up these little variables. I keep messing up the timing of when I release my brake and then I start the scuff. That's what I'm messing up. Okay, let's go to the... I'm just going to keep flip-flopping with these tricks. Come on. These are not coming easy, man. Oh, I almost landed it, dude. Come on, come on. Shouldn't be that hard. Okay, I just gotta put that long pressure and then just take my hands off. Man, you gotta like get that right scuff to take your hands off. My front wheel's ovalized now. It might be loose now. Is this on copyright? No, it's not on copyright. Oh, I was almost it. Oh yeah, that was so close.
It's such a cheesy trick, but I don't care. It's fun. I haven't landed it yet, so. Dude, that thing's cool. I actually think it's cool. I don't care if people think it's cheesy. I think it's cool. And it's a no-hand trick, so. Oh, you gotta get like, you gotta like straighten it out and then like take your hands off. Is that copyright? Ooh, it's not copyright. Aye. No! Oh, so close. Oh, darn. No. I was so close. Watch, I'll get it. I'm gonna get it here. Dude, that thing looks gnarly, bro. Watch, I'll get it. I'll get it. Wait, what is this? Is this on copyright? It's not on copyright. What is this? What is this? They love finding copyright-free music. Oh, come on. That looks pretty sweet. Like I keep like, how do I like just keep it like straight? It shouldn't be that hard. I think I'm like doing the no hand at the wrong time. I need to like get it more straight before I take my hands off. I feel like, I don't know. Messing it up. We're going to use some different ones. Back here at the hander. It's a pretty cool song. Actually digging it. I'm gonna save it. Save. I wonder what other songs there are from this one. Are there any other? That one is on copyright free. It's weird. That's the only one that's on copyright free, I guess. Huh. Oh wait, let's see here. Let me open up this one. Is this one copyright free? Oh, that is copyright free. Oh, these are like different ones though. Oh, here we go. What is this? Oh wait, that's the intro. I'll look it up. Ooh, here we go. Let's see, is this on copyright free? It is copyright free. We found a copyright free playlist. Dude! I almost landed it. Why did I do that line? I thought I was gonna land it. Oh, what is this? Is that copyright free? Oh, it is copyright free. Dude, I found just the rowdiest copyright free playlist. Yep. Oh, this playlist, I like this playlist. This is nice. What is this?
No singing. What is restoration? Is this on copyright free? Yay!
They love connecting people and using innovation to move the world forward.
How long have I been riding for? Since I was 4 years old. But it doesn't mean you have to start out really young. Because there's people that I think started like even in their like 40s and they got into it, so. Yeah, I've been riding my bike since 4 years of age.
I'll be the judge of that.
Riding, sir.
Searchable, verified reviews.
That's better than the ham, and I've never said
Booking.
But I just got into flatland. I've only been riding flatland for 3 years. And basically why I'm riding flatland is because I tore my ACL. I'm actually riding all this without an ACL right now. Or I have like barely an ACL. I'm wearing one of those like braces, right? Oh, I messed it up. Hey, somebody read me. 37, I almost lost my ACL last week too. Yeah, I messed up because I just got into flatland. Well, I guess I didn't just get in. So I've been riding flatland for 3 years, right? But I actually have the clip. Because I ride park and street, right? And I did a 180 over a spine. I wanted to 3 a spine, right? Like this 5-foot spine. I was gonna 3 it, but like in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I'm going too slow, you know? And then I was like, okay, well, I'll just 180 it. And then it was weird because like I was in my 360 and I was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna do a 180. And then like I put my foot out and it just like twisted my ankle. I mean my knee. I guess some people are watching. I guess I'll do normal routine stuff. I'm tired. I haven't put my foot down yet, so I'm just going for it. Oh, the music stopped. That was fun. Oh, I'm tired. But that was like, I've already landed all those tricks before though, so it's nothing like new. If you actually like watch the stream, like I don't normally ride like this actually. It's just because a bunch of people are watching. Normally I'm just grinding out tricks. I already know how to do all these tricks, right? So it's like, these ones aren't really that difficult for me right at the moment. But, yeah. I appreciate the raid, man. Thanks, dude. Cheers, man. Cheers out to you guys. And like, so the cool thing about flatland is that you can do this stuff in very minimal quarters, right? So I guess I'll show you guys. So like, so we're riding a 15 by 15 square foot area. And this is one of the biggest strengths about flatland BMX, is because you can basically just learn all this stuff. And like, I've even seen some pros, they've done like a 12-point combo in literally like a square like that. It's crazy, bro. So now we got the bike. Shout outs to the Olympics. You already whoop. Shout outs to all those guys grinding. Dude, there are Olympic athletes grinding heavy right as we speak, man. Like 5-8 hours a day, dude. They're just grinding. So that's why I have that right there. So it reminds me every time I pass by, I just look at that right there. I'm like, I'm not the only one grinding. So shout outs to all you Olympians out there. You guys are gnarly. I'm not in the Olympics or anything, by the way. I really do respect those guys because they put in so much work. Every field of whatever sport they're in is just always inspiring. Which I've heard word on the street is that flatlands actually might be in the Olympics, so they might start adding flatland BMX into it. Okay, let's see here. Would you practice this routine specifically for a competition, or is it more whatever you want to do at the moment? Let's see here. Well, so here's the thing: is like I'm not really like. I'm not like that crazy into flat. Well, I guess I'm really into flatland now, but I'm not like at pro status, right? Because like if you see the pro level guys, they're doing like combos that are just like redonkulous. Like they're doing like crazy, they're doing the just crazy combos, right? And so if you were in a competition, this is what I have heard, right? So what I have heard is you'd basically practice a routine, right? Say you wanted to do a combo with like 10 tricks in it, right? From what someone told me how they did it, is that there's this one dude, and how he would do it is he would practice that combo, the 10 tricks, right? And then if he messed up, he would actually go all the way back to the first trick and then practice that trick and then go all the way through it to the end, right? Because that's how flatland is, right? So flatland, here I'll show you. I'll show you an example. So this would be like a routine if I could do one. So like if you did this, right? Like, so say I was gonna do this one. So like hang 5. See how I messed up right there? Well then like I could skip to the next trick, right? Because I could do hang 5 and then skip to the next trick like this, you know, and then practice that, and then go into the next link. And then like what you can do is you can walk into a lot of the tricks. So like say this one for example, right? Like I don't have to do the right in, right? I can just put my foot right here and just walk into it, right? And then just start practicing a combo within this one, right? So yeah, something like that. But it is really fun. It's very, very fun. But yeah, generally I'm just like grinding out tricks. So there's like three modes, right? So there's like 3 modes of riding, right? There's like show mode where I kind of showed all you guys like where I kind of can already land all those tricks, right? And then there's like learning mode, right? And learning mode's just me failing and just doing it over and over and over again. It's really boring to watch, I think. But it's actually the most important one to do. And then the third mode is just like messing around, just experimenting, having fun, you know, just jibbing around. And I think those are like the 3 modes of like riding, right? Now let's see if we do some fire whips. Yeah, I can beat my record. That was fun. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, everybody. My bad. My streams are generally more for learning. Not necessarily for entertainment. Because the thing about, like, streaming, right? I don't have my stream up right now, but... Well, I have it up over there, but, like... So, what I have been noticing about streaming is that streaming is a good, like, learning tool, right? Because since I have the camera right here, like, say I do a line, right? And I don't land it, there's actually like a 10-second delay on here, right? So before I could sit down, and in that 10-second delay, I can actually see what I did wrong, right? Whereas like if I were to film it, I'd have to cut the clip, stop it, you know, all that stuff. It would just be a lot more work. Let's see what we can do, Undertaker.
Love the way you look.
6, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. See what we're doing, Undertaker. Oh, messed up. I messed up there. Oh, at least I landed the Undertaker. That was a weird Undertaker. I like stalled it out. That was a strange Undertaker, ain't gonna lie. I'm surprised I even landed that. Here, we'll do some combos up on here. Oh, nope. It's fun though. Yeep, 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 yeep. And it's almost been 3 hours. It's crazy. So the other cool thing about flatland BMX is that there's so many combos, and I really like finding combos. Not only in like the Word of God, right? They do. That's the other thing. If you guys, I know it's really awkward and probably cringy to most people, but we do Bible study. I do Bible studies before basically every stream, I think. Well, every bike stream now. So if you're not into that thing, I don't know what to tell you, because like you do that, it's really awkward. But you do those, and then yeah, I get into the bike riding after. Ooh. Trying to do this, we've been trying to learn as many no-handed tricks. That's what I've been after lately. Wait up. I need to fix this real quick. This thing's all loose. Sometimes we have to do some bike maintenance on the stream. You guys like riding bikes? That first line got me kind of tired, I ain't gonna lie. Might have tightened it a little bit more. Where's that oil at? There we go. A lot of times I don't land stuff, by the way. I'm not that much of a consistent rider. Oh, it's close. Fun times. I need to adjust my arm real quick. I am wearing shin pads. Oh. I hope you guys are doing good today and you're trying your best and trying to have fun. And you're trying to get moving. I feel like it's always just good to move, man. I always just feel way better when I'm actually moving around. Moving around, it feels so much. I think it's just you get a runner's high, honestly. I think that's what it is, but... But this is stuff we've been working on. Pretty cool. I love finding copyright-free music. What are we trying to learn? I guess we could do the combo up in here. Trying to keep it like variety. So that's the other thing is like, so there's like back wheel heavy tricks and then there's like front wheels. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? And the thing about like flatlanders is some people are more like front wheel heavy and then some people are more like back wheel heavy, right? And the thing about it is that what I've heard is like what's good to do is to try and find a balance between it all. Like balance out the front wheel and the back wheel. Oh no. Messed it up. This song's hilarious. I didn't do the line I wanted, but alright, enough of this one. Let's go to a different playlist. I mean, I don't know, should I just go into grind mode when I normally ride? Because I'm just kind of in like show mode right now. I've already landed all this stuff before. Ooh. It's fun though. It might seem boring, but it's actually fun. It's frustrating, but it's fun. It's like the challenge of it is what makes it fun, but it's hard. And sometimes it can get frustrating. Maybe a flatland. It's a test of your patience. Sketchy. Four, three, two, one. What am I gonna do? need some water. Water! Yeah, it's crazy. It still trips me out. There's just so many tricks to learn in this little area. There are literally thousands and thousands of thousands, maybe even millions of different combos within Flatland. It's so gnarly. It is like, it's crazy, man. Should we just practice all the no-handed tricks? I guess that's what we'll do. I guess I haven't been landing that many. I haven't done this in a while. Whew. Oh, fudge. Oh, so close. That was a close combo. This but no cigar. I like this song. I like this beat. You guys can spit a rhyme to it. You should write it down in chat because that'd be cool to hear. Oh, I messed it up. That was the end of your decade. That was fun. I haven't even really done that before. That was weird. Yip, 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 yip. That was fun. Let's see. Can we do whiplash? Ooh, that trick's hard. I can do it, it's just I can't do multiples. Sounds like a rolling tail whip. There's like the most people I've had. That raid was like probably like the most people I've ever had watching. Who are you people? I'm just kidding. Actually, not kidding. That was actually probably the most people I've ever been on the stream. That's crazy. So close. That one's hard to land. Just like every single time. I always just mess up the landing. I don't know why. The landing's hard. Ba-da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. I'm trying to switch it up for everybody so it's not as boring. Darn it. I didn't land it again. This takes so much energy out of me. I did a quad fire hydrant though. Fudge. I almost landed it. Oh man. If I would have landed that, dude, I haven't landed that combo before. I haven't done a quad, fire whip into stick B no-hander, multi-bar no-hander. Man, I was so close. Right on the dot. I keep messing up the landing. I keep like panicking. You know, like when I'm about to land it, I keep like hesitating a little bit. It's messing me up. Because there is that one. I still have this bulb on, look at my finger. That trick right there gave me this bulb on my finger. Like I like landed it one time and like I jammed my finger and like it like never went down. There's just like a bulb on my finger now. And that happened like 3 months ago and it's like, I thought it was just swollen, but like now it's just like, I don't know. There's like a little bud in there or something. And it was that trick. That trick kind of messed my finger up. Because I got landed and put my finger in my spokes. Oh, like this. I've been trying to learn how to hold this one. It's hard. Oh, I do little hot potatoes. So that's the other thing, like with like the no-handed tricks, right? I call these little hot potatoes. I want to like be like boom. But it's hard. A lot of my no-handed tricks right here, you can see them, I do this. Because I call them hot potatoes. Hot potato, hot potato.
I mean, at this point, I think I should just grind out new tricks, but it's kind of boring for people to watch. So let's do freak sweep meter. Ooh, that was close. Ah, right up. I hope I can land one of those. Those things are kind of hard to land. Fudge. Oh well. Oh, that's so close, man. Darn. And you did. You win some, you lose some, huh? I feel like landing flatland tricks is harder than actually getting into them. Now let's try and do an Undertaker line. Putting on some epic music. 3, 2, 1. Alright, this one's called The Undertaker. And some fun fact lore, Undertaker, the wrestler Undertaker is actually a believer. Look it up. You will actually learn this trick. So shout out to Undertaker, the wrestler. He inspired me to learn this trick, The Undertaker. Because he's a believer. I landed one earlier. Bing, bing, bing. It's kind of hard. You really gotta kind of be committed to it. Alright, let's commit. Come on, let's go. Let's do this. I landed one earlier. I don't understand why I can't land right now. It's easier when you're like, if you're like super lanky, dude, if you had like some super long reach, this trick would be way easier. And if you had a shorter frame. Right now I just have to like leap a little bit. I'm not the tallest. Come on. I was having trouble with this one. I'll give it one more attempt, and then we're moving on. I landed one earlier, I don't understand. You just gotta commit. Like, just focus all your energy, just do it.
Moving on. Let's do a kickflip line. My cranks are in the right area. We almost landed it. Oh, so close. It is kind of defeating when you do a line and then you don't land the last trick. Oh well. That was close up. It's okay. We need to rejoice and be joyous. Let's try it again. Brutal. Normally I could do that. That's why I didn't land that, because like sometimes like all the other ones just take so much energy, right? So that's the other thing, right? So like today was kind of more like I'm just doing tricks. I've already landed this line before, kind of, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess not this exact line, but close to it. And so there's that level of like, do you want to expend your energy like doing tricks that you've already done before? Or do you want to expend your energy trying to learn something new, right? I should be trying to learn something new, but that's the weird mode, is like, do I want to appease to an audience or do I want to learn things, right? I probably should just be thinking about learning things and not appeasing an audience, honestly, but it's just because like I got rated. Normally I'm not really riding like this. If you see me like normally, I'm kind of just like failing over and over and over again. Well, I guess I'm failing over and over again right now too, but more like learning stuff. Did I even land anything today? I don't even think I've landed anything today. Here, let's try and do. Here, I'm gonna try and do this new line. There's a new line I was trying to learn. Like a new no-handed line. I was trying to do it earlier. Come on. By the way, you know, if you guys are interested, I don't know, kind of think that no one's even listening, but if you guys are listening, flatland BMX kind of reminds me of like rock climbing. It's like, it kind of feels like a combination of rock climbing, cycling, endurance running, and then dancing. It's like a combination of all those. It's very interesting. That's what it reminds me of. Trying to do a no-handed thing. Oh, come on, bro. It's like you mess up one little thing and messes up. Come on, I want to land this new line. I should have not wasted all my energy. See, another one go like that. But you have to like, it's weird because like it like keeps like rocking side to side. That was close. That was a close one right there. Oh, I was almost it. On that. Here, I'm gonna switch it up just so it's not as boring to watch. How's your computer? Didn't get much. Did they fix it?
All they did is download what they could off the hard drive.
And what'd they get?
Not much.
Not much. Did they tell you what was wrong with it? It just corrupted, the file corrupted?
No, the computer failed.
So it just blew up?
They have no idea what actually happened.
Huh.
And I purchased a large remote hard drive.
Yeah.
I told them I wanted all the disk drives out
Yeah.
because I didn't want them to be taken by somebody and possibly exploited.
I see.
And he says if you buy an external hard drive, we'll put all the files on it we can get.
I see. So they couldn't get much.
Well, they got a whole lot of files, but many of them are corrupted and I can't read them.
Huh. That sounds sketchy. There's something that happened.
Yep.
like wrecking my seat. Dude, this song is awesome. I like this whole playlist right here. Oh yeah, let's try to do that one line. Oh, come on. I've been stuck on this one, man. That's almost it. Come on. That was so close. You know what a lot of these things are? It's almost like having... It's like the carrot on the stick, you know? You know, like with the carrot on the stick and you're just like trying to get after it? It's like, especially when you almost land it, you're just like... I almost landed it. Like, let's do multiple fire ups. That was sketchy. Oh, come on, bro. That one's so hard. If you guys know how to do that trick, I'd love to see hear some tips. Oh. Okay. I really want to land that new line, but like, I don't know if it's going down, man. Let's put a new playlist.
This farm isn't just any
3,
farm.
2, 1.
It grows for Juice Plus.
Oh, no.
Juice Plus is farm
Is it on copyright? Nope, it's not copyright.
Yes. No copyright.
All right, let's try to do this line. Oh, this song's weird. I don't know if I can listen to this one. I thought it was good, now it's all weird. What about this one? brakes. Oh, come on. Fudge. Trying to go on a trackside no-hander. Normally I could do it, but I think my energy reserves are starting to run low. Let's try and do backyard no-hander. I don't know those. I'm just gonna switch up the tricks. These are all tricks that are kind of hard for me now. We're kind of going for like max PR setting at the moment. Bro, almost landed right there. Fudge, dude, that was so close. Darn.
Okay, so what the hell is that on? Basically, it's a water bottle.
Oh, I was so close, bro. Dude, we were so close. Oh, well, let's keep going. Let's not give up. I'm like trying not to get frustrated. It just sucks because I almost landed. We almost landed it, but we couldn't get it. Oh well. Just how to cook the caramels, huh? But let's try to do this one right here. Switch it up. Pretty sweet in the end. No? Darn. Can't get any of these, man. What about this one up in here? Oh, wait up. Song ended. What the heck? This song is crazy. Ah, sketchy. I'm like losing energy. We're losing energy.
songs are funny. Where's that one song? I think it was. Was it? I think it might have been this one. Multi-whip? Multi-fire whip? I need to take a little break. I'm like, messing on my timing. Oh well. Let's share some of the word. Let's see here. Let's go into Proverbs. I always like Proverbs. To understand a proverb and a saying, the words of the wise and the riddles. Proverbs 1. Actually, let's just start from the top. The Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to understand words of insight, to receive instruction in wise dealing, in righteousness, justice, and equity, to give prudence to the simple, knowledge to the discretion to the youth, and discretion to the youth. Let the wise hear and increase in learning, and the one who understands obtain guidance. To understand a proverb and a saying, the words of the wise and their riddles. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction. Hear, my son, your father's instruction. Forsake not your mother's teaching, for they are a graceful garland for your head, and pendants for your neck. My son, if sinners entice you, do not consent. If they say, come with us, let us lie in wait for blood. Let us ambush the innocent without reason. Like Sheol, let us swallow them alive, and whole, like those who go down to the pit. We shall find all precious goods. We shall fill our houses with plunder. Throw in your lot among us. We will have one purse. My son, do not walk in the way with them. Hold back your foot from their paths. For their feet run to evil, and they make I messed it up, darn. I was going good without messing up that. For their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed blood. For in vain is a net spread in the sight of any bird. But these men lie in wait for their own blood. They set an ambush for their own lives. Man, what in the world? I need to underline that one. That one is gnarly. It's basically, I think basically if we read this, I mean, I didn't finish it, but basically like, you know, if you're going out to try and basically murder other people, expect to be murdered yourself, right? That, I mean, you know, because it says, let us ambush the innocent. Well, that's innocent without reason. That's gnarly. So, you gotta be careful murdering people, right? Okie dokie. Little break. What? Man, what song was that? Oh, I think it was this one.
This sounds like 80s bodybuilding music.
Ah, fudge. Come on. Let's see if I can land it. Oh, so close. Huh? Oh, it's this song. Oh yeah, it is this song. It is okay. Willpower. That's what this song's name is. Ah, man, I wonder how you just. Oh well. Man, it's crazy. People are still watching this stream. Normally people just leave right away. What in the world? Who are you people? I'm just kidding. It's okay. You guys can watch me fail over and over again. Dude, why is it so weird? It's like I'm all squirrely, right? And I keep like... I just want to take my hands off, man. I might have to do like a hot potato no-hander. Like I was thinking I could just like hold it for a little bit, but I might have to do a hot potato no-hander. I'm still right there. We almost landed it. Oh my goodness, bro. I messed up the landing. What did I do wrong? Oh, fudge. Four, three, two, one. Almost just did it. You just want to land it here. Let's switch it up, just so I don't get frustrated. I have to like switch these tricks up, otherwise we're just gonna get frustrated. It just sucks that I almost landed it. Let's try and do the back air no-hander.
close, man. Oh, that was... I'm actually almost getting close to this trick. I'm just getting close. Darn. I've only landed this one 3 times. I almost landed it today. This is my 4th time landing it in 2.5 years. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it's cool because you can get like into the no-hander right away, right? Alright, let's go back to the other one. Or actually, let's go back to the free sweep no-hander. We're just working on all our no-handed tricks. I wish I could get him down all the time, but fortunately I can't, so that's how we're working on him. I need a new playlist. Ooh, that's a good one.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
3, 2, 1.
So, which one do you want?
Alright, free sweep no-hander. Right here. Oh, darn. Oh, come on. I think I'm like doing it wrong, but I'm like stalling it out or something. Like it looks easy, but it's kind of hard. I don't know why I can't do it. Oh, God. Brutal. I must have did one earlier today. Oh, wait, we did that long line today. That's what we did. Let's get some over here. Okay, we're gonna keep flip-flopping with these hard tricks, okay? I'm gonna give the freak sweep no-hander one more try. And then we're going back to the first one that we were trying. That was so close. Oh man, I'm so close. Here, wait, I gotta try another one. For some, the last one I almost get close at it. It doesn't make any sense. I guess not. All right, we're going back to the other one. As you can tell, if I could do these tricks first try, I would do them first try. But unfortunately, I can't. Holy moly, I bent my crank. What the heck? I like dented my crank. I don't even know how I did that. Darn. Come on, let's learn this new trick. I almost landed it, but I messed up. I gotta focus. We just gotta focus and like put our weight evenly on the pegs. That's all it is. You just gotta put your weight evenly on the peg. That's all it is. It's like if I like, it feels like if it's just like a little off, like it wants to like go on this side or like that side. It's weird, I almost did it that one time. I actually thought this trick was gonna be easy. That's sketchy. Ooh. Finally landed it. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it, Deft. I'm just glad I landed that line. We finally landed a new trick. That thing took so long, dude. I mean, that one's not that hard because I did it. Well, actually, I thought about it yesterday and I did it today, so. But still, it probably took maybe, what, 50 tries? 50, 70 tries, I think? Wait, did somebody say something? Wait a minute, have I not been seeing the chat? What in the world? Sorry, man, did I not see your chat? I don't know if I... Or did you guys just say that? Huh. It's weird, my chat on my phone is different. It must be like behind or something. That's weird. Hoopa! What time is it? 5:30. Okay. Thanks, dude. That was like the most viewers I've ever had, honestly. I kind of don't. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of don't like when a lot of people are here because I need to be learning tricks, right? I mean, it's cool because like I could just like kind of like, you know, do the, like a little show thing, but I feel like I need to spend my. It's like, see, I have an energy bar, right? So there's an energy bar over the day, right? I can either do tricks that I've already done before, right? And just waste my energy, basically. Or I can use that energy and learn some new tricks, right? But today was a mixture of both. Hopefully you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing good. Sure, I need to actually make another stream marker just in case I didn't. So, oh yeah, that's. Oh yeah, dude, there's this Olympian, dude. Hey, you guys want to see an Olympian? Maybe I should. How do you raid the stream? Oh, I don't know if you could do it on the phone. There's an Olympian. If you guys want to know the Olympian that streams, it's this lady. She is an Olympian. Oh wait, somebody put that thing up. Let me see here. This chick. Oh wait, where is her name? Okay, here, that's her name. So if you guys want to know an Olympic athlete, it is. Oh darn. It is One Punch Woman, with the woman with a 0 in the name. She is doing a cooking stream right now. I would probably just raid the stream right now. I don't know how to do it though. How do you raid the stream on a phone? I don't know if you can do it on a phone. How do you do that? I guess you can't. Maybe you have to be on a computer or something. Oh well. Yeah, but that chick's an Olympian. She's really gnarly. One Punch Woman. Oh, can my computer? See if we can do an Undertaker. I landed one earlier, so I should be able to do it again. Alright, right here. Let's go. That was close. When ready, if you wanted to raid. How do I raid it? I don't know if I could raid on a phone. I think I have to use OBS. You could go check out her stream though. It's just One Punch Woman. It'll come up, but she's an Olympian. She's really gnarly. She's a hepathon. She does like a variety of sports, and they do it like it's like a variety. It's kind of like a triathlon, but it's like a hepathon. I think a hepathon's even more actually. I don't know what it is. It's gnarly though. Oh, you can? Maybe I'll do it at 4 hours. Didn't land that. Oh, it's so close because like I like landing the first part and then doing that second part. Darn. That trick's gnarly. It just looks so weird. I'm always like a little bit off, man. Just always a little bit off. Oh yeah, we'll do this. Let's work on the one wheel. So if you're out there and you want to get into flatland, you can do some of this on the one wheel. And practice some tricks. I got this from Joel Schallhorn. By the way, you should go check that dude out on YouTube. His riding doesn't get enough credit it deserves. The stuff that he's doing is gnarly. Let's PSI in here. And then so the one wheel, this thing, it's just a front wheel on a bike, right? And what this thing is, it helps you with doing like that double footed trick where I took my hands off. It kind of like helps you with that. So it's kind of like a good training tool, but it's hard. Oops. That's fun. It looks easy, but it's actually it's like weird. It's kind of scary. It's odd. Whoa! Just drool on the floor. Oh, and then the name of the streamer. Okay. Thank you, Blue Roads. I appreciate that, man. I hope you guys are doing good, by the way. I really apologize if hopefully I'm not intimidating anybody. That's the other thing. Because it's not like I'm like pro or anything, right? If you see like the pro flatlanders, bro, they're on a different level, dude. They're like doing like so much gnarlier moves than what I'm doing. I feel like I'm still kind of like a beginner. Oh my god, I almost flipped backwards. That was scary. Oh my goodness. I wanted to watch it. That's what I'm scared of. I'm scared of like looping out, hitting my head or something. Oh my god, I almost flipped backwards right there. So what's hard is like when you jump on, you have to like center your gravity like right away. Otherwise it like loops out. did a little bit, but. We're almost at 4 hours. I'll have the stream at 4, I guess. Dave Norrie. Shout out to Dave Norrie for this combo. Oh, I can't do it. Alright, I'm tired. We are tired. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's leave it with a Bible verse. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I could do this right here. Oh yeah, it's not on here. Huh. Alright. Let's see. Anyway, everybody. Adios, everybody. Sorry, I don't... Man, they should make like a little button that you could press or something. I don't see it. Anyway. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate it. My bad. My streams are really awkward. They're probably boring, honestly. I honestly don't even really know why people... by the way, most people that watch these streams, they actually listen to the Bible studies via the VODs. And they don't... not many people, honestly, really watch the BMX stuff. There's only like a good, like maybe 4 casual people that do it. But I hope you guys do good. Remember to just keep trying your best and keep just having fun and, try and motivate others to do their best as well, because you never know what somebody's going through, right? You never know. That one little piece of encouraging words could totally just change somebody's day up, right? And maybe they won't beat up somebody. Maybe they won't start a fight. Maybe, you never know. Maybe you might even make somebody not take their own life. And so it sounds crazy, but that word of encouragement could maybe potentially, make someone not want to take their own life or something like that. So I hope you guys have a good one, and peace. Farewell. Thanks for tuning in.